It's going more than fine. It's going Dan-tastic. Let's go ahead and rejoin Dan. Alright, in progress. Here is our current status. We are level 47. Almost done with our leveling. We have 51 strength, which is pretty darn good. That's the maximum possible at this level. We're going to get maximum strength in this playthrough. Agility, we have missed 2 points. And I think that is going to be it, which means we're going to easily clear the 96% evade threshold that we need in order for 2 defense swords to push us up to maximum evasion. Also agility points improve your first strike chances and your general dodge rate, even beyond the minimum that we require. Our vitality score, it's starting to dip a little bit. We have so far missed 3 vitality points, and right now vitality is worthless. 48 is the largest multiplier we're going to get. You would need 52 points to get another vitality bonus at level up, and so we cannot possibly get there by the end of level 50, so I'm not even bothering to get vitality anymore. What does a fighter typically get? 51 strength, level 32 guaranteed. I think. Yeah, it should be level 32 guaranteed. Let me tell you, the thief kinda sucks. Except on the luck stat, which is really good. We've also maxed out luck, as that is guaranteed every single level up. That we'll get a luck point there, ending up at 64 luck, 54 strength, 57 agility, and who really cares about our intelligence score? It is half of our vitality. We're not even trying to get that stat anymore. As far as our HP goes, 811 right now. I think we totaled up to like 850 or so by the end of the game. Like, we're getting ridiculous amounts of HP here. It is better than I expected. I was thinking we'd barely clear over 800 HP. We've done really well at our levels in general. Does 97% evade really mean 97% of attacks? No. Evasion's an opposed stat versus the monster's accuracy score. So if it is a monster that has low accuracy, yes, 97%, but most monsters do not have low accuracy. They also don't live in the Sea Shrine, which is where we're going to be hanging out until we reach level 50. I'm going to go ahead and get the last 3 level ups here done at the start. We're going to kill Tiamat, and I am thinking that we will even see what Warmech looks like. Spoiler, it's going to look very gruesome. Hey, Squawkameel, welcome in. Hope you're having a great weekend here. We've just jumped back into our solo thief playthrough, starting up our last leveling stretch. What sword is this? This is the Rune Sword, the best sword the thief has until we get the Masmune. That's right, we have not had an upgrade ever since we beat Astos and got the Mystic Key. That was the last time. Our sword got stronger. Our armor's gotten better. We do have the Opal Bracelet, the Pro Cape, a Pro Ring, and the Ribbon. Collected a nice handful of magical weapons: Thor Hammer, Mage Staff, Defense Sword, of course the Bane Sword. Our favorite of all the many magical swords in the game. Surprisingly solid damage for a Rune Sword. That's because once we damage break the monsters, it's pretty easy to blow past the amount that you're doing. But for the endgame bosses, where we can't really damage break them as easily, that's where things get problematic. And so you're gonna see a mighty struggle, even with the Masmune on Chaos. You're gonna see a pretty rough time going through Lich 2, Carry 2, and Kraken 2. You're gonna have an amusing time watching Dan get plastered by Warmechs. Like, there is just no comparison to those late game monsters for the amount of physical defense they have. Oh, nice, Daggett. 4 black belts in the 30s pretty much is unstoppable killing power. Right around level 25 is when they first start getting about better with their bare hands than with the Mazmune. And by the time that they reach about level 30, they're better than any other character class with anything when it comes to damage dealing. Nice, Speedy JVP. There will definitely be VODs aplenty. I'll make sure that I also highlight this series to go into our solo character challenge collection once we wrap up the Solo Thief playthrough. Let's see how we're doing on our attacks. 67-79, alright. We're getting pretty close. Hey there, X Super Flare Star X. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Still early in our adventures here. Working on level 48 right now. We do need to do a little bit of work on all of these level ups. 48, we need the agility point. 49, we need the strength point. And 50, we need the agility point again. Several of these were going to be 1 in 16s, but since we no longer care about vitality, suddenly a bunch of these level ups in the 40s turned into 1 in 4s, which did make the leveling up process quite a bit faster. Hey, SoulShade84. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 12 months. That is a shiny new orb, and I hope you're having a wonderful time watching this show. We're gonna try to finish tonight, that is the plan. Devil Gershak was too much experience, that would have been about 4,500. We can only get 4,000 for the next level up. So we're gonna need, in order to max this out, to try and inch up a little bit closer. But in general, we're doing pretty good when it comes to our levels here. They go very fast with this Sea Shrine grinding strat. One of the things I really like about Sea Shrine is that the monsters don't run away. All of these things that we're fighting here, even at level 50, are going to stick around. The Arsags are going to run away, but we don't care about them for experience. The Wizzahags in that battle. I think the Arsahag, the regular shark, and the ghost, they're the 3 monsters in here that run. Which means the big XP ones, the Gershark, the, I guess you can call Wizzag kind of big XP, the sea snacks, the trolls, the lobsters, all of those have enough morale that they're going to be very consistent. That's actually better than what we saw in Mirage Tower when I did the grinding there with some of the other classes. And also, because you got the inn right nearby, you don't have to keep buying a whole bunch of heal potions and houses and things like that. Hey, Cuervo Perdido. Dan is working on level 48 right now. Yeah, I might try to get the level up in here. I've been doing it mostly outside, but let's give it one go in the Sea Shrine here. And you can predict whether or not this go will be enough to put us over the top. Will this be a first try level 48, or are we going to have to go more than one round to get our points? Everything from 48 through 50 is going to be 1 in 4s. Hey, Neapolitan Afterglow, welcome into you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I have leveled the mages here instead of Mirage. I think so, Shea Wolf. I think this is a better spot than either Waterfall or Mirage Tower after having done this particular grind. Mostly because of the advantage of the inn nearby. Letting this tick down to 0 on the clock. And we will find out what the results are from this first try. Did we get an agility point? Nope! Answer is no. Alright, well, we did give it a go. That was a 25% chance of being first try. And I don't need a lot of experience to get the level ups here, so I can focus on just trying to one-shot some of the specific monsters. Gives me a little bit of a better setup than going into the Sea Shrine itself. In fact, we should be like so close. 56 experience away. Is sub 40 possible? It depends on how lucky we get at Temple of Fiends. It could be first try, in which case we could get like sub 32, although I think unlikely. Or it could be 29th try, in which case it'll take a little bit longer. Alright, second try at it. No agility point. Ah, yes, the imps. Those were wonderful days. When Dan was fresh and new. And we didn't yet have the wonderful weaponry known as the Rune Sword to work with. Alright, try again. This is the downside of being outside, is that you do have monsters running away quite frequently. The upside is that you can get back to the fight much faster. There we go, got our caribou, that's all we need. How much damage do we lose going barehanded? All of it. We would basically lose all of it. Strength, and no agility point. Try again. We're 0 for 3 on the agility so far. Other than the black belt, no other character class has really any damage output barehanded. The black belt's got special leveling that allows them to be realistic damage dealers. We're doing team at 49. I'm gonna just do team at 50. Simplify things a bit. Once again, no agility point. 0 for 4 on those. The thinking about doing team at 49 is that I wouldn't waste the experience for the trip up and for killing the boss, but we can get the 32,000 so quickly in the Sea Shrine here that it's not been a problem. No agility point. Leveling's been more of the problem, as you can see here. Takes longer to get our 1 in 4 chance than it does to get the 32,000. We need to try it. Alright, let the RNG spin a bit. Make sure that we're not getting the same setup every single time. And there we go. We got the agility point. We got the full saddle. We got it all. 824 HP. 2 more level ups to go. I think I still have basically full health going in here, so let's get back at it. Level 49. This one is gonna ail us a bit. We need to pick up the S, we don't care about the V. Like basically every level up for the last 20. 32,000 experience, all you need. The game flattens out right around level 30 at that amount. The first 30 levels, it gets increasingly more and more experience required to level up. And in fact, early on, it's a really big jump. Like, you'll be tripling or doubling the amount. And then it starts slowing down a bit, and it's like, okay, it's 10% longer than the previous level was, which is hard to even really notice. And then it just goes completely flat. Except not completely, because this is Final Fantasy, and nothing can be that simple. So actually it bounces up and down by a couple hundred experience points, even though it's always right around 32. And also, there's no, like, nice round number that it ends up at. You finish at, like, 961,000 or something. Do we just need the S? Yes. Everything from here on out's 1 and 4s. So we need the S here, and level 50 we need the A. That'll be as close to statistically perfect as we're gonna get. Missing out on about, I'm gonna say 10 to 12 hit points. I haven't been keeping track of exactly what perfect would have been. But we only missed a handful of hit points from the missing vitality. And almost every level up, we either got, perfects or -1s for the strong level ups. I think I once took like a -2, but it was very, very infrequent that we even took a -1. But Dapper Gen, thank you very much for resubscribing. Coming back for 29 months. Hope you're having a wonderful day today and ready to enjoy our Solo Thief, hopefully concluding adventures. Gonna say that Thor hammer felt like it was broken. Doing a whole bunch of 50s in there. 45, the worst possible roll it can get. Okay, about 17k. One more will be halfway. I'll take a in trip then to be safe. Maybe we'll beat Phantoon. Depends on how lost Dan gets in Temple of Fiends. Alright, one more before our safety. As long as I don't get like under 10,000, I don't worry about getting so far into the level that we have to avoid accidentally leveling up quickly. Gershark is short for Groovy Shark, the hippest and freshest of the sharks in the Sea Shrine. Hey, Thalfin. Alright, one more. But this is definitely the last more. After this, we are going to save. Grinding the Sea Shrine before Tiamat. Yep, we're gonna reach level 50 in here. Speaking of which, soon we'll be coming up on level 49. Which, like level 48, is gonna be a 1 in 4 chance. And like level 48, you will get to predict whether or not we will get it first try. Experience to go 8,000, so we're gonna close in pretty fast. And that's only 3 1/3 Agamas. I underestimated how fast Sea Shrine grinding was here on this first floor. You get those Gersharks, which are worth more than 0.9 of an Agama. It's like 0.95 actually. So they really quickly level you up. The Wishag, not so great. It's like a third of an Agama at best. Sea Snacks are like 0.4 of an Agama. Sometimes you get the occasional lobster and sea troll battles. They're also like quarters and 0.3s, so in quantity they're pretty good. And the reason I never went here very consistently is because on average you do get better fights. Either doing the waterfall trap tile, which if you can sit there and grind for a while you can quickly level up on, or by doing Mirage Tower, where you have an average of about 1.75 Agamas per battle. So like both really good for average numbers, but Sea Shrine's not bad for average and it's just got a much better setup around it. Hey Ninja Frog Fu. Welcome into you. Are we just going straight for 50 before T-Mat? That is the plan. I originally was going to do level 49 head up to T-Map, but the little bit of experience that we can squeeze out with that, totally not worth it. Like, we just got that 30,000 experience in like 4 minutes. So there's barely any savings to be had by trying to level up at the same time as doing the boss fight. Alright, closing in here. We've got some dangerous nacho flavorings. Kinda surprised nachos aren't running. I remember them not having the best morale score. Alright, here we go. Level 49. We got it first try because we got the S. There's the A, of course the I, and no V. But we don't care about it. We sailed right in to a successful first try 49. There you go, another one done. And it is time for level 50 to begin. Hey Stennet, welcome in. We are just about done with the leveling. Should be about 5 minutes to reach level 50. And we're gonna go big on this. Last chance at putting a level prediction in. Whether or not level 50 is gonna be yet another first try. Why does vitality not matter? Because vitality only works in multiples of 4. So once we got to a certain spot, we could not get any more multiples. And as a result, any points past then become basically worthless. Unlike the research that is done by the fine researchers at the Agama Research Society. Thanks to them and thanks to viewers like you, we have discovered yet more critically important information about the wonderful creature known as the Agama. Did you know that Agamas that fall into neutron stars are compressed into flat wafers and sold as crackers? Strange, but true. And delicious. Does it happen often to Agamas? I mean, there's a lot of crackers on the market today, lackeys. There are a lot of crackers on the market. So we get everybody cleaned up here. The sea troll and lobster, disappointingly, not that great of a fight. The Sea Shrine Pile of Pain, its secret value is just that it has so many enemies showing up, and also that it gets the sea snacks. They're worth a comfortable fraction of an Agama more. than their lobster kindred. Definitely take double gur sharks here. How large is an agama? Usually they're sized in 1 agama quantities. Hey, Greffrey, welcome in. And Josepher, welcome in as well. We are just about to hit level 50 here. Have a little bit more experience to go before we start making our attempts at 50. This will be our 3rd and final level up. That was left to go. After this, we gotta start climbing up to the top of Sky Castle. I am definitely going to take Tiamat out with the Bane Sword. And I would like to see how ridiculous it is to take out Warmech. I'm gonna guess that we do like 50 damage on the swings, and so there's no viable way that we would kill Warmech with the Rune Sword. But I've got a little bit of a hankering to see if we can Bane Sword Warmech. It's a lot faster doing the trips to Warmech than it is to go to Chaos. So, it's something that I've wanted to do. And I didn't bother Bane Swording with the White Mage and the Black Mage, because if you can Bane Sword, it all looks the same. So you might as well do it with the Thief, where it is the most spectacular and improbable of events. Solo black belt without gear possible? Yeah, definitely. The thing you're missing out on is the ribbon, and if you have a whole lot of levels, you don't really need the magic resistance. It's a nice to have because I think it does bump you up from like a 10% chance of getting insta-killed to the traditional 3 and 256. But it's not a huge difference. Definitely the early levels are going to be tough. Like, you're going to spend a long time doing it. But we spent a long time doing the Thief, so clearly anything is possible. Okay, 9750, we're closing in on it. About 4 Agamas left for level 50. This is a guaranteed SNL. We don't care about the V or the I, so we just need the 1 in 4 chance of the agility point showing up here. Can I squeeze one more battle in? Oh, definitely. 6,100 is more than we're going to see in any of these fights. So sea snacks it is. Even that probably doesn't put me exactly as close as I want to be, but I will have to take my in trip then, and probably get the rest of it out on the river section again. It is nice that you have at least a couple monsters that are not running away immediately right outside. I think most of the land monsters run away, like the trolls and the fur wolves, but I feel like the Ocho and Nacho are sticking around. The Gator and Hydra probably run like 50% to 2/3. Surprising the Fur Gator runs away a lot. I wouldn't have thought that would be a cowardly monster. But they might not have any morale score improvement over the regular Gator. Hey there, Avon Chaos. Jack Ohmsford. Welcome into both of you. We're about to try and hit level 50 with our solo thief here. 1 in 4 chance to get the level up. We need about 2,000 experience. Let's continue inching forward. We've also remained gloriously soft potion free through this entire playthrough. I am very proud that this time there was no accidents in Cardia or other exotic locales. Hey there, expensive foreigner. Welcome into you. This Nacho. Nacho Ordinary Ocho is gonna be our first try at the level up. Do we have an agility point? You see our final 850 HP total for our thief on this playthrough, and no agility point. Try again. We were close. I can actually start sailing down here to get to my airship. What do we have right now? It is the rune sword for our weapon. Opal bracelet, ribbon, pro cape, and pro ring for our defensive items. 573, getting real close now. Ocho is likely going to be try number 2 at the level up. Do we have the agility point? Nope. Try again. The RNG spin a bit. All right. Will this be our final level? No agility point. Try again. I think 866 is the maximum. Still a little bit more than I thought I lost. I thought I lost about 12 points, but it doesn't sound too far off. When I began this one, I was hoping to get a little bit over 800, and I think we did comfortably better than expectations. Nearly every agility point, very good on our health in the total. Perfect strength, perfect luck, and not a perfect level up. Keep trying. It does say I did put no in correctly, so I put in the right answer for the result. No agility. With the sheer number of predictions I managed to get through so far with only one incorrectly entered one. Alright, Dan. Still no agility point. Good, my frigator didn't run away. I definitely haven't used the Thor hammer before, so should be new results. But the same outcome. No agility. Get back here, Hydra. I am not done throttling you yet. Spin a bit. And takes another nacho nibble. And takes his very last level up. We got the agility. There was a final Sal to 50. And with that, our leveling is complete. Final total 992,258. 4 experience points there. That'll be 999,999 before too long. And we are headed over to the place where we've got our 4th and final fiend waiting for us. We might do some war mech, but first, our priority is going to be getting to Tiamat. Even the Rankolo is scared of Dan there. Okay. All saved up. Going back to the beginning of the encounter cycle for this. We'll see what the encounters look like. Yeah, my initial prediction was 35 hours. We could make our first attempt at Chaos around 31.5 hours, but that would be first trying them, and that seems unlikely. So we're still not too far off from what I'd kind of expect a 35-hour run to look like. Damn, paralyzed! I think we're gonna wait for it to wear off. You get paralyzed in Temple of Fiends. One of the many ways it could quickly be all over. Climbing up here, you've got some time to guess how many tries it takes us to Bane Tiamat. This is individual uses of the Bane sword. 1 in 7 chance of baning each try, so 5 would be slightly better than average. Do we have all the treasures in here? Yep, we got everything. We're just headed right up to the top. Might also do some science on passing by war mechs, depending on how I'm feeling. Alright, Blue D. Let's just swing away. I'm not going to even bother with the defense sword. It's trading off 2 rounds versus less damage taken with physicals. And assuming we actually land our attacks. It generally is not that many rounds to take out a Blue D. This one's actually on the high side. Needing 4 hits here. And up we go. So upstairs, start with the Gurnaga. Gonna have our pal the Eye probably show up here. And he's gonna get punched. Wow, Dan can't even one-shot Eyes. That's a little sad. That is a little sad. Okay, Whizvamp's not bad. I don't really care about the Sorcerer problem, to be honest. Sorcerers should basically pretty much always run from us at level 50. To get the extra experience, it eventually maxes out, but it does record the small amount between level 50 and max. Like right now we're at 998757. We had 992 when we started. Okay, another sorcerer fight. Not so fast, says the Mudgull. It looks like we're nowhere close to a war mech battle here. So you definitely have to do some delaying in order to fight war mechs. Air. The reason you wouldn't do this stretch normally is because those sorcerer fights, making things a lot tougher. But when you don't have to worry about the sorcerers, it's a bit easier to work your way up. Look at that, our 4th and final fiend awaiting us here. Make sure we got our Bane sword in place. Defense is the priority though. Defense Bane, and of course we'll keep our rune sword there just for entertainment purposes. Unlikely to be much of an impact here. Armor, you can see Pro Cape Ribbon, Opal Bracelet, Pro Ring, not going anywhere. There is nothing we can really do besides those 4 items that is going to help us in the slightest. So, that is what we have to work with for all these battles. Let's go ahead and find out how many tries it takes to Bane a Tiamat. No, Tiamat, don't bite me. I'm supposed to wait until I have these defense swords up. There we go, double defense on. Now you can bite. Try number 1. First try, Tiamat. Every time. Every single time. Alright, so if I want to do war mech from the start, I need to delay a whole bunch of battles, which kind of is annoying. Let's see if I go up right now how long it takes to get a war mech. We're gonna do some Warmech science here. Should be Cerebus, which I'm at the right encounter. And that looks good. Yeah, we saved after Tiamat. I got my health back for the walk-in. Why is Warmech so bad? Well, you are going to find out the answer to that. Oh, you're going to find out the answer. Hey, Novastrix. Our grind was on our trip through the Sea Shrine. It turned out so lovely that we just stayed there forever. Also a little late on the Tiamat split, but that's okay. These are approximate. Okay, Batman's correct. We're gonna miss our first Warmech opportunity unless we're super fast going up. Yeah, we're gonna miss it. No way we're getting that one. But there should be a Warmech not too far after him. Hardcore Manicore action? The not-so-dangerous sorcerers. I mean, they're still a little bit dangerous, but very, very little. Alright, so we officially missed our Warmech upstairs, but we'll have another one pretty quickly. And how do you beat a Warmech? Well, I'm gonna guess that you're gonna beat a Warmech with the Bane Sword. But I will find out the answer to that pretty quickly, as we are gonna do some science here. Your magic defense does apply to the touch attacks, Avon Chaos. So that would reduce your odds of getting insta-killed. Alright, Warmech going first like a jerk. And he's using his physical a whole bunch. Once we get the defense swords up, we actually want him to physical, but he'll probably start doing nuclears instead. There it is, the nuke. Dan with the rune sword doing 4 damage, so that looks pretty good. 8 damage, that's a little bit better. 3 damage, this is why we're not going to fight Warmech with the rune sword. And instead, Dan is going to be ineffective with the Bane sword. Two tries. 3. It's only got 1 hit left. 4. And Dan does not win first try, but there was important science that was done there. So here's our Thief final stats. We've maxed out our experience on that trip up. 54 strength, which is perfect. 57 agility, which is 2 off perfect. 64 luck is perfect. 49 vitality is 5 off perfect. We don't care about that anymore. 26 intelligence is very far off perfect, but it's Dan. What did you expect? And yeah, even with 45 damage, 118% hit rate, we are doing nothing to Wormek on him. So that is what we are working with here. Let's go back in. Give Wormek another couple cracks. As you saw, it's basically impossible to kill Wormek with a weapon as a thief. It works for the red mage because instead of the rune sword, you got the sun sword and you're fasted. And you can cure 3. And none of those things are true for Dan. I'm not even sure if there's really much of a point to resetting the encounters. We're gonna get roughly the similar trip or the same trip for difficulty every time up. And since it's a really bad sequence to the first Wormek from Power On, we actually might have an advantage of continuing to let the encounters roll. White Mage and Black Mage, I didn't bother fighting Wormek. They'd both be the same as the Thief, which is they'd have to Bane Sword. And if you Bane Sword Wormek once, well, you've seen what Bane Swording Wormek looks like for everybody. Which I would love to show you here with our Thief. At 3 and 256 though. It may take a few tries to pull it off. Now everything is not perfectly immune. One of the joys of Final Fantasy's combat system. Where are those? Oh, look at the wrong ones. I was like, where are these Kermadusas coming from? So that should be that fight. Only have 3 battles to the next Wormek, so we'll have to be fast getting through here. The problem is the 3 and 256 works on you as well, so you can have some unhappy times depending on how those go. Alright, 1 to Wormek. I don't know if we'll make it there in time. Nice. Alright, next try at it. Once again, Wormek ambushing us at the beginning. That costs a lot of our health. So unfortunately, that really cuts down the number of tries that we get. Also, the maximum or near maximum nuclear not helping. 320 is the worst possible nuke that you're going to see, so we don't have a lot to work with for this trip through. We do get 1 Bane Sword in, ineffective. And that's going to be it. 1 shot at it that time. Wormek's got a 75% ambush rate, so he's real tough to avoid getting ambushed by. Despite our very high agility and luck scores, it's only bringing it down to about like a 65% chance. So you want to see nuclear the first round at least while you're doing the defense sword. And after that you just want to have him physical once you have your evasion maxed out. And hope that that is enough rounds that you buy from it, that it pays off doing those defenses in the first place. That time it didn't pay off. We actually lost turns. But in theory, the defense will extend the number of tries that you get. Bane Sword's broken. It does have, every now and then, its moments. It may not be consistent, but it can be spectacular. Alright, up we go again. I want to make this interesting. Let's put a prediction on this, Warbeck. Can we beat Warbeck in the next hour? I think we got a pretty good chance of making it happen. But I will let you decide whether or not you believe in our Warbeck fighting abilities. An hour is a lot of tries at it. And remember, it is 3 and 256 every time we get to use the Bane Sword of landing that move. So not completely outrageous. Alright, looks like we got a little bit of a break here before Warbeck shows up again. We will have to do some pacing. Luckily, this floor's got a really high encounter rate, so you get through the battles very quickly. All these slimes coming up. You would think that this place hadn't been mopped in weeks. So where are the Warmechs? It's still a ways out, it looks like. Alright. Nothing but nachos and slimes as far as the eye can see. The occasional fire hydrant. Breaking him up. We got all these slime nachos here and nobody to eat them. Alright, looks like this is the limiting factor on our trip. Gonna be that you get to this point of the encounter cycle and it takes a while for the Warbeck. You'd be better off getting back to the beginning once you have, looks like 3 tries at him. We spent our first one doing Tiamat. But basically the same thing would apply. Finally, Warmech coming into sight. 5 battles from now, we will have our Warmech. We just need to get lucky once. One Bane Sword can take him out. Three to go. Two. Heal up, and it is Warmech time. Oh look, he ambushed us. Again. Alright, get those defenses up, Dan. Hopefully he does a lot of punches here. Just want to see him punch a whole bunch. As we get the Bane Sword going. Ineffective. Ineffective. It is surprising how stealthy a nuclear-powered death robot can be. Here's the nuclear. Don't want to see those. Can only take a couple more nuclears here before this trip's over. Our longest Warmech go so far. This is the type of stretch you really need with those melee classes to get enough swings in. At 4 damage around, Dan does not really have much of a chance no matter how many swings you get. It'd have to be one heck of an RNG loop to lock him in. And try over. Not too bad of a try though. That was a lot of attempts with that Bane Sword. A lot of attempts there. What is the attack rate? It should be 50% between nuclear and physical attacks. So they're coin flips to get the no damage rolls. Yeah, strategy is an instant death weapon that's 3 and 256 at proccing. Oh, is it 1 and 4 for the nuclear? That's actually a lot better. For some reason I thought it was 50-50 like the Blue D was. I suppose if somebody checked the monster stats for Warmech, we'd be able to find out the answer to those questions. Indeed it is, 75% physical and only a 1 in 4 chance of getting nucleared. It takes us a lot of time to get up there each round, and we had one that, yeah, we got one Bane Sword chance in, and that was it. We got real lucky with that last one, having so many rounds of tries. Well, I want to see a Warmech victory too. This is something that I think few people could have anticipated when we started off on this adventure. Not just getting to the end with our Solo Thief no class change, but taking a Warmech out as well along the way. It would be stupendous. Another big wait here before our next Warmech shows up. I used to think Warmech was so plentiful, just because he's in a really bad spot for most of the art, or the speedrun routes going through here. But he is, in the end, you know, 3 in 64. So roughly every 21 or so battles you'll get a Warmech to appear. There's a lot of monsters that fear us. If that wasn't true, we'd have some problems. Yeah, the remake's Warmech's 1 in 64, which is what he originally was in the Famicom version. My theory is they changed it to 3 in 64 for the Take a Picture with Warmech contest, which forevermore caused problems with the US release of this game. But they did change it back to the remakes, and the remakes also inverted monsters' ambush and first strike rates. So instead of a 75% chance of being ambushed by Warmech, you get a 75% chance of first striking him, which is a really big improvement. If we were getting super high first strike rates against him, then we'd be getting set up before he could get a lot of damage off. And then we'd have, you know, probably 10 or 15 tries almost every time against him. Still no Warmechs in sight. I think that quadruple Berserker has been done enough times to at least show that it is not completely impossible. Whereas I'm not sure if anybody's ever beaten a Warmech with the Solo Thief. This may be the first time this has ever happened. Yeah, solo Berserker is a lot harder than quad. There's a couple of fights in Final Fantasy V where one person's just not enough to really get the job done. But a whole team of Berserkers can do a lot better. True remakes will let you get the Masmuin, so you wouldn't even really need to Bane Sword them. You'd be able to Power Glove. I mean, you could Power Glove your bare hands and punch them out. You could live enough rounds. But this is the classic Final Fantasy, before all those nice things. Back when you had to count out your encounters one at a time. By the way, this one also probably not worth doing. I think we'll do cycles of 3 Warmechs and then go back to the beginning of the encounter cycle at this rate. Either 2 or 3 Warmechs is probably the best to get reasonably quick ones. Like, I know the first one you have to skip like 9 battles, but that's a lot better than this. Somebody claimed the max HP for the Thief was 866, which is right around what I computed. I thought it was like 862. Other character classes can go higher. Fighter and Black Belt both max out at 999. Depends on your character class for your starting vitality score, and also how many strong level ups you get. Those 2 factors will determine what your maximum possible HP is. We grind in Warmechs. I would like to get 1 Warmech most niftiest. I would be happy with 1 Warmech to take home as a trophy. Their pre-order, I believe the pre-order for the Warmech was Nooster. I'll have to go look it up because it's not going to automatically print it out. But I assure you this Warmech will be going to a good home. Wherever he is, this is a big gap. Still no Warmechs on the horizon. I can only see 5 battles out for the tables that I've got. Yeah, I think if we do just like the first 2 after Power On, we'll have faster Warmechs for the appearance rate. Still nothing coming. Hey, Katsueki Suki. Welcome in, and hope you're having a wonderful day. We are currently hunting a Warmech. Now imagine that we were trying to do this strategy on Chaos. And instead of like 10 minutes, and this is on the high side for getting the Warmech appearance, it was like 50 minutes to get down there. Maybe like an hour and a half, because you have to beat successfully the 4 Fiend refights. That's the reason why we really don't have to rely on the Bane Sword for Chaos. Also, I think you probably get, on average, more attempts on Warmech with the Bane Sword each try through. It might be close. Chaos does have a lot of dead rounds. The Cure 4, the Lit 2. Crack's pretty much a useless round for him. But he does a lot of damage with his other skills. And of course, Nuke is pretty bad news. Alright, 5 to go. Finally a Warmix in sight. Definitely chips 3 and 4 here were pretty long ones grinding. I think the first time, if we go from the beginning of power, is like 8 to 10 counters that we need to skip over, which is not too bad. The second one depends on the timing of that, so we'll see if it's better to take the second one right away. Or if instead we should hard power each time through. Strategy with the Thief is prayer. We're gonna let the Cure 4 go off, basically, and then hope that we can live long enough to kill him. Alright, here we go. Next Warmech try. And of course he ambushes us. Again. He's going for the punches. That's really bad. We lost most of our attempt here on bad luck for the moves. Really bad luck. Might not even get any Bane Swords off. We need him to punch. There's one Bane Sword try. Doesn't get it. Only 2 tries at it. Alright, back to the beginning of the encounter cycle. We're gonna see what the count out here looks like. Find out if it is better to get the hard resets at a certain spot. Does it ever crit? It's a 1% chance, I think. Similar to most of the monsters in the game. It didn't get up. I guess we'll keep going. This time. Six Banes per try up there. About 10 minutes per try. Well, that might be really close to having 80 cracks at it by 32 hours. We'd probably get like 60 tries at it before the prediction time's up. Does Magic Defense protect against poison? It protects against anything that is a touch attack daggett. There's also the monster's innate element if they have one, which since we got the ribbon will protect against all of them. So we don't have to worry about the roll in that case. I think we get like 36 more tries to happen, but remember we've already had like 20 at it. Including that one really exceptionally good one. Okay, no way to make this first Warmech cycle. We got the minimum number of steps going through here, and we're not even close to getting up to him. Gonna have to wait for Warmech number 2 spot on the first power on. Hey, Media Meltdown. Thank you very much for resubscribing. Coming back for 10 months and hope you're having a wonderful weekend here. ambushed and wiped your party with nuclear. That's pretty much what Wormek does. He's good at that. He's very good at that. Really, if it wasn't for the ambush at the start, these would be a lot better to get into, because we'd have a defense sword up to dodge some of his physicals. And those do actually more damage than the nuclear does on average. That's why the defense sword's just so good to have in this fight. Hey Nakarashi, we got a level 50 Dan. We're hunting a Wormek here. Trying to see if we can get Wormek killed before 32 hours on the clock. Wormek in 5 battles, by the way. Four. Three. Two. One to Wormek. Let's get healed up. We're gonna miss Wormek number 3 because it comes almost right after this one. But it's definitely less battles than those last 2 Wormeks took. Alright, we get ambushed again. That's every single time so far. He rolls really high on the nuclear. Another one that's not looking great. Hey, Miraclaw, welcome in. There's the double defenses. We need the punches. And we need the Bane Sword. Ooh, not good. Only 2 Banes up so far. Could be pulling our average down again. 3 Bane tries. 4. 5 Banes. 6. Alright, now we hit the average. Let's try and do better. Nope! 6 Banes is it. Alright, there was the Wormek try. And let's see how it looks like continuing on. We're gonna find optimal Wormek hunting strategies, so we know when to do the hard resets. You know what would really help this out? If we had lots of steel armor to protect us from the nuclear blasts. That's what we're missing. We need steel armor and cat claws. What are the stats on cat claws? Not very good. They do come with a tag that says, proudly made in Melmont. looks like there's still a gap before the next Warmech, so we'll get there pretty easily. Hey, Shuriken Blue. Welcome into. Let's go down. We never go down. And 5 to Warmech. So this one works out pretty well. You get here, not a lot of delay before the next Warmech fight happens. In fact, walking straight across the bridge here nearly puts us perfectly in place. I am doing pretty well. Especially considering the fact that we're doing a Solo Thief no class change challenge. You would be shocked that someone could do well during that. All right. Next crack at it. Didn't get ambushed. This is the one. Already, this is the one. Would have been nice if we hadn't gotten punched before the defense soared, but 628 here at the start is pretty good. Let's go. Bane Sword 1. 2. 3. 4. Another nuclear there, that's not good. 5. Ooh, really not good. 6. 7. 8. Probably can't take another one of those. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. And, ooh, we're still up. Still in it. 17. 18. 19. 20. And 20 is it, but that's a really good one. That was really good. Alright. 20 tries on that one. Let's go ahead, head on up. Gonna say do 2 trips to Warmech, and then power cycle after each one. Percent chance of the Bane Sword's 3 in 256. I think we've done like 60 plus tries now, so we're actually pretty respectably in. No idea if we're getting caught in RNG loops or other crummy circumstances, but that's a very nice amount. And still 30 minutes left to go on these attempts. 48 tries, okay. I guess I overestimated what the smaller amounts gave us. We had 2 really good ones. And then 3 not so good ones. I don't know how somebody couldn't find Warmechs. They seem to be pretty common. I guess if you go in at the wrong time, there's enough of a gap that you might miss them for a while. But certainly fairly early on after Power On, especially if you go grab some chests, you're going to be right in the heart of Warmech territory. I bet the real problem is people that refuse to run away from battles. It would take a long time if you're actually killing all those enemies. Even on that bridge floor to get it. If you're running away though, you can cycle through the fights pretty fast. Dan's trying the left-hand route. He's keeping Warmech on his toes by being unpredictable. Hey, Tocanis. Welcome in, T, and hope you're having a wonderful weekend here. This time, let me record what I should have to do for the skips. Okay. So you get Nacho Air Hydra Gurnaga. Was the last stretch before Warmech shows up. Second time through, you got a lot less setup required. Alright, next one's the big one. Warmack with the ambush, of course. Ooh, when he got the physical off. Oh, that was really crummy. Well, I'm just gonna go Bane Sword and hope that we get something out of this trip. Nothing. We got 0 on that one. That's gonna hurt our average. Back down to 8 average per trip. I mean, we just need a couple of those really big 20s. I think that the 1s and 2s are doing so little. But the times where we get a good solid setup and we get 20 cracks at it, those are the ones that are really gonna drive most of the value. It's hard to say what the exact rate's gonna be, viewer, without really considering how every enemy works independently. But certainly it's possible to have the one-on-one scenarios work out. Like, one of the things I was potentially hoping for was whether you could get enough damage to maybe find an RNG loop for Warmack. But since we're doing 4s and 8s, and sometime 3s, I think your hopes of finding a loop are going to be very small, and you'd have to get locked into it super early. Well, the Taz has got other things it has to set up because it needs the next battle to be successful as well. So the Taz situation's actually worse than what we have to deal with here. Because we don't need to care about whether you get ambushed in the next fight. We're gonna have also way better odds of a decent start, and we can take a hit or two. Whereas the Taz really can't. So they've got more constraints they have to deal with. Alright, here we go. Next Warmack try. way to victory. There's that ambush again. Only one time have we not been ambushed. Double defense up is looking good. Want to see plenty of punches. And Bane Swords, 1. Don't want to see nuclears, 2. Three. 4. Ooh, big nuclear there, that's not good. We're in death range here, 5. Getting nucleared a lot, 6. 7. 8. 9, at least cool our average up a little bit. So a decent trip through. We got 10. 11. 12. And we've got Warmech. Terminate it. There goes the Solo Thief. No class change. Warmech victory. Easy. Every time. Did you believe that we would beat Warmech by 32 hours? If so, you're getting some wonderful channel points as a reward. Soulshade84, thank you very much for gifting out a whole bunch of gift subs there. I am sure the Warmech fans are going wild as we speak. And Fractal9091, thank you very much for your contribution to the Melmond Relief Fund. Because Melmond, even without Warmech's looming presence, still is in need of all kinds of relief. Also, as promised, this Warmech going out to Nooster. Your pre-order has been filled. To manually remember to update that later. Bubba Rubby, thank you very much for your contribution to the Melmond Relief Fund. Because Melmond, it is in need of so much relief. There you go, you get to see the wonderful 32,000 experience and gold. And you get to see Dan triumphant. Get ready to head to the Temple of Fiends. Also make sure that we don't die on the way out, because that would be a shame. Warmech saved. Alright, I've got some shopping to do. Let's get our heal potions restocked. Gonna need a big pile of those. I'm really happy we got that Warmech kill in. I put off doing it with White Mage and Black Mage, but we could put it off no longer. White Mage would have had the advantage of all the Cure 3s. Able to probably pull out like 20 or 30 Banes on a regular basis for each trip up. Black Mage would have been maybe a little bit more difficult than the Thief. You've got more magic defense, so the nuclear would maybe get blocked more often. But you have a little bit less hit points to work with. So it's tougher to survive after that first round. Ribbon doesn't give you magic defense. It gives you elemental resistance, and those are two separate systems. Elemental resistance means you don't have to try the magic defense check, but anything that's non-elemental, like nuke and nuclear, or the sorcerer's death touch attack, those just hit your magic defense and that's it. And that's something that's based on your character class and level, what it's gonna be at. To nobody's surprise, the Thief of the 6 character classes has the worst magic defense in the entire game. And Black Belt has the best, by a large margin. So you especially notice it with Nuke, Nuclear, Sorcerer Death Touch attacks, Tornado and Swirl on the Chaos fight. Pre-Ribbon, of course, you notice it as well for, can you resist Astos' Rub, or do you get to dodge the Cockatrice beak attacks and things like that. Also, one more slight detour. We're gonna buy out every last one of these steel armors to prevent them from hurting others. Hey, Laserlance, we killed a war mech. And it felt good. Norvano's fully weighted down with steel armors. Arctic Vex at maximum steel armor capacity. And Rudic Magus, completing our steel armor collection. It is a thing of beauty. I will save the game and let you behold the glory of the steel armors as I take a quick break to get some water before we do our Temple of Fiends dives. This is the beginning of the end. Alright, what's our first prediction gonna be? Let's say, will we beat Chaos first try? This is getting to the Chaos battle. First time that we get to the battle, do we successfully win? If we die along the way, you get to try again for it. So go ahead, put your guesses in. And Empty Eye, have a great night. Hope you're having a wonderful time watching our solo thief adventures. Alright, Temple of Fiends plans. Slow 2, we'd need our magic defense to be successful at landing that. That's where it's going to be really critical. Yeah, there's no departing. Once you enter Temple of Fiends, that's it. Bye-bye steel armor because they deserved it, Ruler. They all deserved it. Alright, that should be the last skip. To the left. To the right! One back because the thief's a coward, and let's go! It is time to head 2,000 years into the past. Temple of Fiends time. Let's just remember to update my weapon selection. Probably gonna need the heal staff more than I need the Bane sword. One blizzard there. Delay here. And let's head up. Okay, men. They were decent men. Ooh, do I want to try to mage staff this guy? I think that might be better than the rune sword attacks. Not a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage! Well, Phantom was that first try. Still at it. Have to do the setup again, though. Problem is the defense sword does not help with the crits on that fight. We need Phantom to do more spells, which he should be inclined to do generally. If we don't make the chaos at all, then I'll refund your points. We'll cancel the prediction. I think we'll make it to chaos at least once tonight, though. Maybe I will try the defense sword after all. See if it improves things. Let's check the back out. We never get to see the back of the temple. Turns out the back of the temple sucks. Front it is. Front and center going in. back again. 2,000 years. Yeah, I definitely like the Sea Shrine track, which is very similar to this one. Ooh, that's a lot of damage we took. Might have to use heal potions before Phantom. So I'm really trying not to use heal potions in the early parts of this dungeon. Then we're going defense. Hoping things work out for the best. No 3 and 256s. And about the same damage on the physical attacks as the mage staff had. That's a little better. In theory, the mage staff should have been doing higher rolls than the 50s that we were seeing. Exfer did not hit, but it wouldn't do anything anyway, I think. Hey, Ergen. Just in time for our first successful Phantom kill. And the loot reveals a passageway. Moving on. Hey Koya, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in, Orange Ninja. Those defenses going. We're trying to rely on the heal staff as much as possible for keeping our health good. That's why I really didn't want to heal before the Phantom fight, but we had lost so much health that it seemed kind of risky. For Dan and Jim on the same team, I certainly hope not. That team would be doomed. Ooh, lots of blizzard damage. Don't know if we have a really good earth fight. I guess I could like heal up on a mud golem or something. Worth doing one of the Gurmadusas? Nah. I don't think it is. Don't think we have to wait. Let's just get to it. Trying to lich for the first time. See what our damage looks like on him. 123 is pretty good. Of course, we're gonna get nuked. We want that to ideally roll low, but it's hard with Dan's poor magic defense to really get a lot of savings on it. And my big thing is I don't want to see a second nuke. So we still have to be relatively quick. Getting through his 500 hit points. There we go. Lich is down. I think this might be worth trying. Do a little bit of recovery on this fight. Only one Agama to dispense with. I didn't want to leave it all for the fire elemental fight, because you take a bunch of damage at the start of that. Temple of Fiends are repeatable, so if you walk backwards, you have to fight them again. There are no trap tiles in this game that are one time only. That's only if you have like an NPC you talk to, or some other alteration that can happen to the map. If it is a tile that you walk on, then it never goes away. Predictions almost closing out. It looks like there is some pessimism about our chaos chances. We walk in the Mazvian. Well, you can't leave the dungeon. Once you're in here, you're stuck. But we will get the Mazvian to be able to beat Tiamat and Chaos. A little bit spicier than the average one. Get heal up again after doing the environmental fight. I gotta think about whether I want to delay before going down or not. It's more Sea Shrine Pile of Pain. So I probably can't really heal up off of all that easily. Maybe I could. I don't have super high critical hit rates. Think about how my heal potion situation is gonna look like for the next couple of floors. The developers thought challenges like this would be possible. I'm pretty sure they never attempted anything like this. You really have to be super deep into the mechanics to even kind of have a reasonable chance at a lot of these strategies. world record for this category is 1.5 Agamas. I'm gonna take the extra Sea Shrine Pile of Pain. I think that's better than delaying the fight up here. So, it's time to get a little bit carried away. Dan's going hard on the defenses. We want to see Carrie do physicals after we get these up. Don't really want to see Carrie do that much physical damage, but maybe a miss would be good. We got 700 hit points now. So less than halfway there, but getting close. Alright, Dan's damage is going down. His Ruined Sword might be getting blunt. Hey, Dubious, did I beat Warmech? We beat Warmech. Alright, finally a good hit in there. If you get that type of power outage during Chaos, it is bad news. Alright. Made it past Carrie. But don't get carried away yet. We still have many more challenges. Those crits are not helping. Each time we get crits, like 6 extra rounds with the heal staff to go through. There's a reason why Temple of Fiends is really slow when you're heal scumming. We got one sea troll left up there. I'd like to have a sea snack left. And we'll have our choice of them. I think the sea snack's got a lower crit rate than the troll does. Ribbon Pro Capable Bracelet, Pro-Ring looks correct. And then we're going to be upgrading the Rune Sword to the Masbian once we get past this floor. It's kind of a big jump. Steve, easier than White Mage in here. So the White Mage has less agility, and that means that you're going to get hit more often before you get your defenses up. I'm not sure if I was doing double or triple defenses on the White Mage. I don't think we had worked out that without this much agility, you're looking at 3 defense swords required to be really safe from the bosses. Thief only needs 2 because we got up to 96 base evasion, and then each defense adds 80 to that, maxing out at 256. Yeah, we min-maxed the White Mage, Black Mage, and Thief. I only did a little bit of min-maxing on the Red Mage at the very end, which probably been better to min-max at the beginning, when you can get vitality points that give you a lot of benefit, instead of trying to squeeze out the last couple. Red Mage is kind of an odd one. Like, you are close to being reasonable at level 50, but not really quite there. So you need to get like a little bit of a boost, mostly in more strength and more HP. And then Fighter and Black Belt, you don't really need to min-max at all. Like, you can get just 50 levels and be totally good. Black Belt probably doesn't even need 50 levels, they need like 45 and they'll be fine. Heal staff's 12 to 23. Maybe 24, I can't remember if it actually goes to the top end of it. But it's right around that range. It's a little bit worse than a regular Cure 1 or Heal Potion. Yeah, we're trying to save our heals for the end, which I used a bunch up on the early part of it. I didn't feel good about it. But we had like a really nasty start prior to Phantom on this trip down. So I kind of had to spend a couple on that. Well, Cure 1 would be pretty underpowered if Heal 1 did the same amount of healing to the entire team. Like, that's a pretty big jump up in value if you get that. But in general, the heals, because they lag behind the Cure spells at the corresponding tier, really are more for very situational use. And so I tended to not get heal spells, except for Heal 2, which is broken in the original version. Actually does heal 3 worth of recovery, and so that one's like maybe borderline interesting. Heal 2 in combat does heal 3 levels of recovery. And that's a bug in the game. They used the wrong spell in combat for the effect. Okay, I'm close enough that I'm willing to put heal potions into this rather than try to get another one of those all neatly taken care of. And we will see if we can get cracking here. First try at it. Not a good start. Kraken with the tentacles of doom going. Outspeeding us both times. That's super unlucky. So 220 health to get through him. He has to do a lot of really nice turns for us. That's about as bad as the start's ever going to be for the beginning of this fight. Take a bunch of lit 2s, those are better than the physical chance of the critical. Like, one crit ends us here. And we need a lot of rounds. The ink's the best thing. That does nothing. Like those big hits, the 112s are great. And we're getting into the last stretch of survival. Lightning does nothing here. He no longer is weak to it. So So you're better off getting the lucky crits periodically from your attacks than to do elemental abilities. We're close. Come on, Dan. Come on, Dan. Come on, Dan. The damage keeps going down. He only needed one more good hit to end it. There we go. Whew, 17 HP left. Okay, well, that's gonna eat a lot of heal potions. And now we get some scary times. A lot of damage from the air elemental. I don't think I can get to the Masbean in time for the purple worm fight, unfortunately. So that'll go a little bit slower. Heals left. Okay. That's not unreasonable. Yep, Rune Sword is about to get replaced here. When we get the Rune Sword, it was like, what, 19 hours in? Shortly after we beat Astos. Hey, Gator36, the Omega Bear, DDKF, hope you're all doing well. Need to conserve our heal potions here. So heal staff it is. No exiting. We are stuck here forever. Rune Swords in Temple of Fiends. The Rune and Wear Swords are both there. Dragon Sword is in the Dwarf Cave, Coral Sword's in the Earth Cave, and Giant Sword's in the Volcano. But by the time that you can get to the Volcano, you've got almost certainly something better for anybody that can use swords. In fact, you'll have the Silver Sword for everybody except for the Thief to be swinging. Thief's the only one that tops out at that Dragon Coral Rune tier. couple more heals to go. This fight's really scary with 4 purple worms. If they get early crits in, you've got some problems. But it's tough to get across this floor without at least 1 purple worm battle. You skip the animations. The randomizer skips the animations for dead and missing characters. It speeds up things like the heal staff quite a lot. I still wouldn't really recommend using the heal staff too much in those because it very much is not doing much. We're in difficult circumstances though with Solo Thief. Not enough healing to make it through normally, so you really do have to abuse the free healing quite a lot to be able to make it to the end. We were gonna be there. We were at the last heal. Why purple worms are jerks. It's also why they're super dangerous in those 4 packs. Because you can only survive 1 round of those, and then you really need to be somewhere that is safe. I think the 5 is actually 2.5%, because it's out of 200. Because most monsters should be 1% observed rate, but it's 2 for their listed number. And there we go, Mazmune obtained. Beautiful, 83 damage, 153 accuracy now. We have not quite enough for a 6th attack. We do get 5 attacks per round at 128% hit rate. The damage being much improved also is going to be a big deal. And what we need to do now is survive. Tiamat time! Defense. Dan does not get banged through the ribbon. Double defense. Let's swing and see how our damage improved with that Mazmune. That's pretty nice, 220. It's on the low side for Chaos, though. Ooh, 325, that's a little bit better. About 700 in. 900. And Tiamat taken out pretty easily. The poison's the poison breath like the Gasties have. It's not poison the element. Alright, we have made it to Chaos's floor. About to start our first time against the final foe. One last bit of stats. Defense, Mazmune, of course the Bane Sword if we need to get desperate. Pro Cape, Ribbon, Opal Armor. Pro Ring. This is what we got. Is it gonna be enough? Didn't get cracked, that's a good start. Inferno, he's going down the skill line. This could be bad for us. There's the first spell off. Swirl, ooh, lots of damage. I don't think we'd outspeed the Cure 4 is the problem. Playing it just in case. Damn, lost intelligence. Uh-oh. Bane Sword it is. We're down to 1 attack per round. There's the Cure 4. We need the 3 and 256 Bane. Let's go. 2 tries. Three. Four. Five. 6. Disco Inferno, it's putting us into dangerous territory here. 7. 8. 9. And Dan goes down. 9 tries at it. Slow 2 is non-elemental, so that's his magic resist value. Alright, it was not first try. But maybe you would like to roll the dice again. And see if we get him second try on Chaos. Also, so we got 9 attempts in the Bane Sword. If it follows the normal path, and that's our average number, then looking at roughly 9 or so trips down to be able to kill Chaos with the Bane Sword. Hopefully, that is not going to be required here. Yeah, each chaos attempt is when we actually get to chaos. We have to make it to the fight for it to count. Yeah, that's roughly 45 minutes to get to chaos for that try. We had one death on Phantom, which was pretty fast, and then the rest of that was the trip down. But I think we can get more Bane Sword tries than if we just went all in on the Bane Sword. But that's only gonna happen if you see the slow 2 have a hit. Like, otherwise I'd like to go for the Masmuin kill, because we're doing enough damage that it's not impossible to get back around to that. Now, if we had a full party of level 50 thieves, they would be 3 times as incompetent and 6 times as fallible. Big thing would be that if we could get anybody else alive through there, that you'd have somebody to soak up some attention. Because really that's what you need. You need decoys. Should be able to kill Warmech with the Masmuin, probably. Like, if you can get enough rounds in where you're dodging the physicals, even if you're only doing 100 a round, that'll take Warmech out. Like you saw, we were getting 20 hits on some of the nicer fights, so you only need to do 50 a round to kill him. Problem with the Thief is we were doing 4 a round. And that's just never gonna get to 1,000. Very nice Phantom there. Warmech's got a bigger physical attack because he nuclears is his only skill. His average damage from that is higher. So between those two things, he's more of an offensive-oriented fight, whereas Chaos is more of the long slog. Didn't want to heal Staff. Gotta just swap the place for him. There you go, defense. Double defense, now just worry about criticals. Yeah, 2,000 hit points plus the Cure 4 really makes that fight tough. If he had a smaller health pool, the Cure 4 wouldn't be nearly as devastating. Or if Cure 4 wasn't a full heal. You know, if it was even just 999 heal, then at least you're making forward progress through the Cure 4, because you can probably do, in a lot of situations, you know, 1,000, 1,500 damage before he gets to the Cure 4. So you're getting a little bit of credit going through there. if it was capped at 999. White Mage was 34 hours. I thought White Mage was 31 hours. 34 is longer than I remember for that. Cure 4 is always the 4th spell that he uses. And he likes to do spells a little bit more than he does physicals or skills. So somewhere between 6 and 8 turns is when you should expect the Cure 4. And then he's got 8 spells in between each Cure 4. So once he does it once, you have probably 12 to 16 turns before you see it a second time. That's basically how that fight works. So there is definitely a hard requirement. Like, even if you can survive the nukes and the tornadoes and the swirls, if you can't do enough damage to outspeed the Cure 4, you're kind of sunk. I figured there wasn't a good fight to recover the health here. I could do it on this opening battle against the Mudgull Rock Golems, but feels kind of wrong. Gurmadus is also a pretty bad one because they've got paralysis. I don't like having stun touch in one of those sequences. I also don't like the occasional glances, even if they are 3 and 256s. It'll eventually land. Alright. Let's fight again. I mean, we had such a great Kraken fight the last time through. Ooh, and that's a lot more damage from the nuke this roll. Man, we just so barely survived Kraken on that last trip. Also doing way less damage on Lich. This is concerning. He might get back to nuke a second time. Yep, double nuked, both time rolled high. So a bit of a bummer there. We ended up with, I think, about 35 heal potions at the end. But we got really nice fights on Tiamat's floor. So it's hard to say how many of those we could use. I can imagine Tiamat's floor going a lot worse for how that trip would look. Both the Tiamat fight itself as well as the encounters were very smooth. It's like the big ones are using probably 30 heal potions after Kraken. And I imagine that you have to probably budget for 10 or 20 after both Lich and Carry. And about 20 after Tiamat, so that's like right there, 90. And you don't have a lot to spare for anything else that could go wrong. Give you some high potions. High potions wouldn't even really change most of the battles. Like, maybe that Kraken fight, you could risk healing 100 around. And try and get to a safer spot once you got your defense swords up. Kraken's gonna be largely about, do you get lucky the first 2 turns? If he does Ink and Lit 2 to open the fight, it gets immensely safer doing that battle. Because you just have to worry about his one-off criticals, which is like 150, 200 damage. But you can soak up like 3 or 4 of those. And still probably kind of limp through it. As long as you don't get mauled at the beginning. I'm still just really happy that we beat Warmac with the Thief. That was something that I wasn't planning to do when I started this this challenge run. But because we just had such an immensely good Wednesday, getting way more levels and the extra fiends done, it's like, you know what? I'm gonna try to take out a Warmac. And it was not bad. That was only about an hour or so. Hey, Captain Vittles. Welcome into you. And Sugar Frosted. Well, we've been to Chaos once. And we got hit by the Slow 2. Which basically, because you have only 1 attack per round instead of 5, completely eliminates you from the fight. You get Slow 2'd, you're going Bane Sword. There's no other way that you're gonna win. Yes, heal the snails. The pinnacle of Dan's career. I don't know. I think that Dan may have reached a peak when he lost the tutorial fight in Mystic Quest like 4 times in a row. That may be his crowning accomplishment. But it's supposed to say lost intelligence. I think it's just kind of an ambiguous translation for the reduction in initiative. I don't think it was actually referring to intelligence stats at all for the connotation of it. Yeah, that close call on Kraken was pretty spectacular. You're not gonna get much closer than that and actually succeed on one of these trips. $850 is the max. Hey, Sugar Frosted, thank you very much for resubscribing for 30 months. Glad you're enjoying the show, and hope you're having a wonderful weekend here as well. So we got most of our lich damage recovered. We can get the rest of this cleaned up on the Fire Lentil fight. Remember, defense is in slot 2. It's gonna throw me off so much until I get used to it. Too bad. Hopefully only need a couple of heal staffs here to get back up. And I'll be ready for the carry battle. Carry went very smoothly the first time down. Like Kraken, you're hoping that the first 2 rounds go really well. In fact, even for Tima, that's kind of true. Just trying not to get bit at the start of the fight. Hey, Miraclaw, thank you very much for resubscribing. Back for 7 months, and it is great to have you here today. As our solo thief moves closer to seeking revenge on Chaos. The critical! Alright, a couple more heal staffs. But just a few more. Yeah, heal staff and heal limit are the same. There is no difference for whether you cast a spell, whether the enemy casts a spell, whether you use an item to cast a spell. They're all exactly the same in terms of what the effect does. And that's one of the things that in the remakes, when they implemented intelligence, they kind of rewired it. So that spell casting was based on the intelligence stat, and you'd have a better effect every 10 points of intelligence that you went up. So in the remakes, a Black Mage actually is the best at using items, whether they're healing items or attack items. White Mage second best, and then Red Mage kind of a distant third. Come on, good 2 rounds. Got the defense sword off first, that's good. And fire 3 is fine. Crit through the defenses from carry. The RNG sped a bit just so we don't get any loops. Hey, Miraclaw. Thank you for the contribution to the Melmond Relief Fund. Because Melmond has been relieved of all of their steel armors. Come on, Dan. You can do better than that. Carrie's got 700 health, so if Dan's got a power outage, then this fight as well as the Kraken one gets pretty dicey. You're looking for like 100, 120 on the good swings. And on Kraken, that goes down to like 80 to 100 on a good swing. Just about done. I think Dan is one nice hit away. Is that a nice hit, Dan? Alright, maybe he wasn't. 1.5 nice hits away. There we go. I think we actually did get an RNG loop with Carrie. We had 4 times getting 53s in a row. That would be pretty suspicious otherwise. I've been trying to generally avoid RNG loops because if you get locked into a crit loop, then you're just gonna die really fast. I guess if you get lucky, then maybe you could make some interesting things happen. It probably is only gonna be against the monsters that have a pretty high physical hit rate that you'll be able to get the one-turn loops. When they do their physical attack and they have to check a bunch of targets, that eats up a lot of random numbers. I did put the Thor hammer on. We can see if we get the Bane sword to work a decent number of these. Just need to thin the pack out a little bit. That wasn't too bad. Well, Astos is the one where the thumbs have to get rotated. You're in that fight long enough with the white mages. When you're just hitting them with the hammer over and over again, that your fingers are gonna get tired. It's also the thing that probably breaks controllers. How much holding down the A button will eventually just kind of smash it. The little rubber membrane that it works to do the presses. I think a lot of times that I've gone through these challenge runs, the controller will die like a month later. I think it might be related. Rubber band on Astos. I would at most try to beat Astos with my toes. That would be, I think, the easiest way to avoid any hand strain whatsoever. You could probably clamp down on a button pretty easily if you just put the controller on the floor. Try to replace or repair controllers very often? I wouldn't say very often, but I think most controllers last about 18 to 24 months for me. So I kind of have to occasionally get a stock of a couple, try and refurbish them and make some more good controllers. It's getting harder and harder to get reasonable working controllers for the NES. I think the Super Nintendo is still in pretty good shape, but the NES is beginning to get very hard to get any reasonable parts that are original. And it still doesn't quite feel right for the aftermarket parts. You can buy replacements for a lot of the components that are being newly manufactured, but they definitely have a different feel, and I don't think that they last as long. many Power Gloves have we gone through? Thankfully, we have not done any Power Glove related challenges. It's tough to find a Power Glove that's in good shape, that's also an adult size instead of like a small child size. And even if like mechanically it's working, a lot of the Power Glove is like cloth and rubber. So you can't realistically clean it, you can't repair it. Unlike the hard plastic that a controller is made out of. There's a lot more pieces of the Power Glove that are just going to like rot. And there's nothing you can do to like fix that situation. I recommend the regular controllers of the dog bones. The dog bones are much harder to find parts and replacements for, so if you are going through a lot of them, then you have to pretty much do the regular controllers. Power Glove Zelda 2. I mean, there is like a control pad on the Power Glove. Like, if you've seen people use it, you kind of have the Power Glove on your right hand and you're using the left hand to push buttons on it. It's just very awkward for basically anything. One step prior to Kraken, we get this encounter again. And we get to try to slip past Kraken a second time. Hopefully we get some good defenses. Oh, lit 2 start, that's nice. That's really good to see. The double defense is up. And this time we've got about 500 more hit points than we had the previous time around. Ooh, Dan doing 4 damage, that's not so good. 25 is still not great. And the crit's not great. We're gonna have to pause to make sure that we don't RNG loop it. Okay. Then we got another crit. It's a different amount though, so it wasn't a loop. With a big pause. Hey, Ter. There we go. 133s will really help out. Kraken's got 900 health. And if we're doing 9s, it's gonna take a long time to get through there. Oh, I think we RNG looped him. Let's see how long Dan can do 19 damage. This is where it's gonna cause thumb pain. If this is an RNG loop, I cannot let go of the A button until Dan does like 45 rounds of this. But we have RNG looped Kraken. So I'm already getting uncomfortable. Not a good sign. The thing is, you can't really tell after a while how hard you're holding the button down. I'm probably just like squeezing on it super tight. Oh, I'm using both hands, Napalm and Afterglow. I have already switched to both hands. Is the RNG loop a thing? I mean, what are the odds, Eternal Tomato, that we have had, what, 11, 19 damage rolls in a row? And they're just gonna keep on coming. Yeah, Kraken's no longer vulnerable to lightning. All of the fiends have a weakness the first time you fight them. Lich is weak to fire, Carrie's weak to status, Kraken's weak to lightning, and Tiamat's weak to poison. But those get removed in the refights. I'm gonna have to hold the A button down, because if I don't put the fight command in on the first possible frame, it'll change the RNG. There's a 2-frame window to put the command in. nice if this loop was more than 19 damage. This happens on Chaos and we need to do it like 100 rounds. I'm going to need medical attention. Why do we want this? Well, we're gonna get a guaranteed win. Like, I'm gonna have no damage taken for the rest of the battle. Could have at least gotten maybe like a 49, I don't know, Dan. Just a little bit more damage would have been really nice. Oh, I hope that's more than 21 hits. That would only be halfway through the battle. There we go. Whew. Alright. Kraken's done. Significantly smoother fight than the first time out. Well, first we have to survive the purple worms, then we can get a real weapon. And it's a quad one, alright? Hopefully no crits. It's a reasonable setup for it. I'm pretty sure this button feels different than it did before the Kraken fight. We might have Kraken the button. Yeah, this is unreadable. There's 2 purple worm fights, one upstairs, where it's 1 or 2, and that's pretty easy. Down here, it's either 3 or 4. So, best case is that you have 3 of these to deal with. And even that's kind of rough. As long as you're Final Fantasy VII Remake playthrough, I'm pretty positive 33 hours is a respectable amount of time for most RPGs. There's not a lot of games that have to take longer than this. Alright, we got the Masmune. Score. Masmune on. think we go defense Bane as our primaries. Don't think we want to try and heal staff anything else down here. Masmune's stats, not as good as you would think. He gets 1 extra attack per round. The damage is a good bit better. But the accuracy is actually not that much improved. It's like you're very close to getting 2 attacks, which would have made a very large difference in terms of the Thieves' ultimate potential. Doesn't sound like a lot going from 5 to 6, but it really makes a big difference. Defense. Didn't get baned. 5 attacks with the Masmune. 4 attacks with the Rune Sword. We want to see Tiamat do a lot of bites here. Okay, some good damage rolls. If we get 350s on Chaos, then things are going to look really good. Tiamat and Chaos have the same defense rating, so you get a bit of a preview about how you're going to do on melee attacks. Except on Chaos, Dan's going to do like 2s, because suddenly he's going to forget how to use the Masmune. But yeah, Tiamat's got 1100 health. Usually pretty smooth. And then suddenly it gets just a whole lot harder. As we go to the final battle, once again, will this be the time that we are victorious? Alright. Defense Bane, Masmune. Armor's looking good. Let's go. Starts with a spell. So he's 1 in on those. We don't want to see the slow 2. Ooh, we got the physical up before we got the defense sort out. Alright. 2 spells in, I'm just gonna go for the heal potions, try to stretch out the length of the fight. Cracks free. No, Dan got hit by the slow 2 again. Alright, Bane Sword it is. 700 health. Let's see how long we can go. 1. 2. 3. There's the Cure 4, doesn't make a difference because we can't damage him with the Masmune anymore. Got crit through the defenses, unfortunately. 4. At least didn't also get stun touched on top. 5. Another crit, that's really bad. 6. 7, maybe the last try at it. Ineffective. Alright, here's number 8. Number 9. Now we're getting 10 out of it, that's not bad. And everything he can do now is pretty deadly. Number 11. Nuke it is! Alright, second try. Unsuccessful. But that doesn't mean that we won't try again. We get this started up a third time. I think we could probably let it stay open for 30 minutes on these. The Chaos Fight only counts for actually getting to Chaos. You don't have to worry about Temple of Fiends along the way. And before we go down again, I'm going to take another quick water break. And we'll do try number 3 after this. Alright, water refill again. Back at it. At least we're getting a decent number of tries with the Bane Sword if the intended Mazmune strat doesn't work out. 10 ago is probably like 8 times down in order to be able to knock him out. I think you could probably do that in like 6 hours or so. Still a lot of time, but not nearly as unreasonable as I predicted. I was thinking you'd maybe get 7 or 8 tries, and so you have to do like 10 or 11 trips. And also the trips would be less successful. Possible that we're just getting lucky on the first couple of Fiend refights. And we might hit a crack in a wall for a while. But you know, that's why we try. Well, even if we don't get to Mazmune Chaos, it's still a really big savings on Tiamat. Because Tiamat the Bane Sword would be an extremely slow fight, and we would possibly not be able to do it without RNG looping. Because she has a bit higher of a damage output with her spells and skills compared to Kraken. And more hit points and more defense. So I need to worry about inventory because we've got everything reset after the attempt's done. Not the greatest men. Some would say some of the worst men. 600 health left. I might need to drop a couple of heals pre-Phantom for safety. You know, I want to say that Thor Hammer gets the most likely use here. Slow 2 odds, too much. The odds are too much. I mean, the Thief does have the worst magic defense in all of the 6 character classes, but it never was a real problem the previous times through for getting slow 2'd. But I guess the Red Mage wouldn't care, the Black Mage wouldn't care because they got fast. White Mage would care. Fighter and Black Belt would care. Black Belt might kill Chaos before he gets to cast slow 2, so maybe that's more of a moot point. Also, Black Belt's magic defense is off the charts. Alright, Ruler, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and pleasant dreams to you. Hey, Alaran. This is actually our 3rd try to take out Chaos. Both times we got slow 2'd. Have about 19 defense swords that we've thrown up without any success. Defense sword is gonna be about 1 in 80. So eventually, if you don't get it with the Masbian, the defense sword should be able to get the job done. Oh yeah, Bane Sword for the insta-kills. The defense sword's doing some good work here too. As is this heal staff, which is gonna go into overtime in this fight. We need to get a lot of health back. Yeah, the way that fast and slow works, there's a multiplier which is default to 1, slow moves you down to 0, fast moves you up to 2, and if you have 0 total attacks per round, it actually still gives you 1, so it's kind of like a completely weird system for how they did it. It's a little bit over-designed for the actual result. Dan takes good care of his snails. He waters them on a very regular basis with this heal staff, so they can grow up to be big and strong. Rack up over 500. It's about half of our heal staffing that we needed. 309 hit points to go. $600. Hey, TC Maternal. Welcome into you. We're in time for our third trip down. To see if we are able to defeat Chaos this time around. 2 cracks at him has been illuminating so far. It has slightly increased my belief that the Bane Sword is going to be what ultimately takes out Chaos, although I still hope, I still really hope, that we're able to do it with the Mazmune. Oh, Bicky, those were good days. Remember the glory days of fighting Astos? And getting rubbed in the first 5 seconds of the battle? Good times. All the imps that we slaughtered together, and all the ogres. That's what brought us together in the first place. And now we're seeing it through to the end. See you later. Still don't think those are worth trying to get health recovered back on. If you get slowed on the rock galls, you can't really take any more of them out. So unless you have like a all mud gall fighter, maybe 1 rock gall at most, you can't really get yourself positioned for the battle to get down to 1 enemy. Alright, next try on Lich. We went physical. That's unusual to see. Too bad it doesn't help us from avoiding nukes, most likely. It's a 25% chance of physicals. You need to do like 3 or 4 more. And we're not doing a lot of damage. I mean, this isn't even an RNG loop. This is just a 1 in 64 random start on this guy. There it is. Nuke as expected. Close! Wow. Almost got nukeless there. Last time we had double nuked on it. Should've got my weapons already set up. Yeah, those all look good. That's a lot of Agmas this time. I think I'll just pass and do the fire elementals. Instead of splitting into 2 parts. I was taking advantage of the previous ones which only had 1 Agma show up. so you didn't have to worry about the heats nearly as much. He'll pretty much counteract your heal staff for the round. Well, they only do it 1 in 4 tries. That still is a lot more than most enemies. Used to think that white mages were the worst. I had no such illusions. I came into this knowing that Solo Thief is gonna be about as bad as it gets. And it has certainly delivered. More from the front end than from the back end. The back end actually was surprisingly good. I feel like once we got the airship, it was a lot smoother than I anticipated. Like the thieves have a really good stretch in the 30s for their levels. Turns out the 40s were pretty good as well. So we just kind of cruised through the last half of the game for leveling. And most of the other character classes get really tough in those ranges because they get fewer and fewer guaranteed hit points. So their odds of success kind of get really bad for the level up. So they're still taking a lot of 1 in 16s. Whereas the Thief, for many levels, had 1 in 4s. Those are just so faster to get done. Yeah, Thief is strength, agility, vitality, and hit points required. But you get a lot more guaranteed points as a Thief than as any of the 3 mage classes. So while you need 3 stats every single level, you get about half the points. And that makes a pretty big difference when it's like the number of 1 in 16s and 1 in 64s you're looking at being much smaller. Even if you don't have any, like, free level ups. Going all in? We'll find out. I mean, the first 2, at least we're getting a good amount of Bane Swords. That's all I can say. At least we're getting a good amount of Bane Swords. Am I expecting to finish tonight? I think we can get this trip plus probably 2 more in. So in total about 5 attempts on Chaos is likely. If we're going Bane Sword route, that's not quite enough to say that we're going to get him. With Masby, it could be any trip. Like, we don't know if it's gonna be this time or 10 tries to get him with physical damage. T-Mac getting you every time. For this fight, Kraken is the real gatekeeper. Kraken's gonna be the hardest pre-chaos battle that we have to deal with. The first 2 have both been pretty monumental for the epic struggles. First try through, we killed Kraken with 17 health left. Second try, we RNG looped him on a super low damage total. So it took forever to eventually resolve the kill, but we got it. This time, who knows? I mean, if we have a good start, I think that's like the biggest thing, is not getting into a big deficit at the beginning of the fight really helps out. Hey, Specimen 16, welcome in. Alright, try number 3. Going down to Chaos here. He's hit it with slow 2 both times, which is basically an instant end to trying to melee him. I feel like Dan does deserve a little bit more for his Warmack kill. That was something I was not planning on doing for this playthrough. But it worked out quite nicely. The work is only, what, like 5 tries for trips up? Maybe like 70 total Bane Swords to get him. It's a lot faster to get to Warmack than it is to Chaos. Like, 5 trips to Warmack is about as long as 1 Chaos trip. So going for the low probability Bane Swords is a much more realistic approach in that fight. Did you miss a Warmack kill? Well, if you didn't see the Warmack kill, then you might have missed it, hot toddies. Critical hits are half the position, that's correct. So with the math, you have like a 28% critical hit rate. Rune Sword's actually pretty good. That's the reason I picked it over the Dragon Sword, which has 1 higher point of base attack power. But Rune Sword gets more crits by about 4%. What can I say, hot toddies? Poor life choices. Fortunately, we do have recordings of our entire Solo Thief adventure. To be reviewed at any time in the future. Alright, about 150 in. Get a little bit of a power outage here. Only about 25% through carry. Looking for some of those big rolls. Same thing could go wrong with the Kraken fight. If Dan just gets a bunch of 10s and 20s, you're gonna have a really tough time killing him. You need to get a couple of rounds of like 100 plus to speed up Kraken. Carry is not as important for that. 200 less health and does way less damage. Carry's still pretty dangerous. She doesn't have as many attacks per round as Kraken does, so she's gonna crit less often. Just RNG loop Carry. 53? Yeah. So Carry's been RNG looped, so that's the end of this battle. At least 53 is respectable damage, unlike 19, Dan. There we go. Good carry fight. Odds of an RNG loop. Well, I don't know how many loops there are, but clearly there's at least 1 out of 256. And you're doing, 15, 20 actions in a battle, so that gives you a not unreasonable chance of seeing one. I imagine there's more than 1 out of 256 that loop, but they can be tough to find sometimes. Lots of 3s. Hopefully the last number for which that is true. Just thinking 11, 11, 11, 11. We were still fighting ogres. And at 22, 22, 22, 22, I don't think we had finished the ice cave, although we were probably pretty close to it. I remember doing ice cave and ordeals around like 22, 23 hours. And wow, did the game go fast after that. I think the Bane Sword did better here. Just because it instantly killed someone that first round to make it faster. Go ahead and isolate the snack. Let's get our carry damage back on the heal staff strats. It's like 25 heal staff rolls on this. If it wasn't for having a heal grind, you could probably get to chaos in like 35 minutes. It's a little bit slower than the speedrun trips because you have way less killing power, so the boss fights do take quite a lot longer. But the heal staff is like 15 minutes of the 50 for each of these trips down. They just soak up a lot of time, and it's hard to predict like how aggressive you can be with the heal potions, since like almost any fight on Tiamat's floor could whip out like, 200, 300 damage. And that's where you get into trouble. Getting close. About 10 left. These snacks are pretty good. They're like 0.4 of an Agama. I think they're a little bit less than 0.4, but not by much. They're quite a bit better than the lobster for XP. Not much harder to kill. And they do less damage. So they're a bit of a safe fight for a lot of these. That's why I pulled the sea snack out. The lobster does more damage than the troll. I think also has a higher critical hit rate than the snack is. Obviously at this point, experience is not really of much importance. We got to max XP by the time that we took Warmech down. Yeah, lobsters are pretty brutal if you don't have a knight. Knight's got enough physical defense that they can kind of soak up the hits. And like any kind of multi-hit monster, the knight really gets a benefit from that extra armor to almost completely negate their physicals. Every other class, like even if you're maxed out on defense and evasion like this, you still have a bit of a problem with lobsters giving you 3 hits per round. Alright, close enough. 847 there. Let's head on down. Nooster, thank you very much for resubscribing, coming back for 27 months. And I hope you enjoyed the Wormek that we left on your lawn. It has very little poisonous smoke still attached to it. Alright, time to see if Kraken will play nice again. We are 2 for 2 on Kraken so far, which is better odds than I would have given Dan at the start of this. Let's go. Got the defense up. And an ink start, that's real nice. Super lucky roll there. Low attack power. Let's see if we can get some good damage on him. 3 is not a good number, Dan. Okay, 2's a little bit better. One's not bad. I would like a loop at 71 or 82. I'd take those. The 19 was not as good. 89's pretty nice. Would I hold it for a 3 damage loop? Probably not. That would be 300 attacks on this guy. And I don't think my hands would hold out for that. It was tough enough on the 19s. Like, my hand kind of still hurts from killing him on that loop. Alright, crit. We're gonna let it spin. We absolutely do not want to get looped into a crit. That is the worst case scenario for any of these battles. Yeah, no class change. If we had ninjas, this would be a much easier stretch here. You get fast, you get way better gear. Have the katana instead of the rune sword. It would be completely unlike the solo thief experience. I don't know if we would have been done 20 hours ago, but I wouldn't be surprised if we were done 15 hours ago with a ninja. There we go, Kraken, not too bad, number 3. Still have the heal up front. Tape on the pushover? Not really. We could still get Bane through the ribbon. We could still have a power outage. But Tiamat is usually going to be better than Kraken on those trips. Ninja doesn't have to max as many stat points, but it's still important to get, past Astos. Like, up until you class change, the game's the same. So you have to do Astos, you have to do the Ice Cave. I found Ordeal's pretty easy, but Astos and Ice were both very difficult. Especially Astos. quad purple worm. This is scary. We do not want to see those high damage rolls. We definitely don't want to see crits. Ice Cave was actually faster than I anticipated. Like, that went reasonably well, given the circumstances. We did have a couple of fast deaths in there, but I think we only had to beat the eye twice. So for the ones that went long, they usually did pretty well. Oh yeah, if we had a silver sword, Astos would be completely different story. Like, that would save you 8 or 9 levels. Maybe not that many, but 5 or 6 levels. When it comes to setup. No, short sword would be pretty big compared to the scimitar or saber. Which are your choices? Scimitar has a little bit better accuracy, Saber's got a little bit better attack power. But short sword's the combination of the two. So you're strictly worse on either dimension compared to what the short sword would give you. Like, I think the short sword would save 5 levels for getting the additional attack per round compared to the saber. So you do it at like level 21 with short sword and have 3 attacks to be in pretty good shape for killing him. Or you could probably do like 18 or 19 and have a roughly similar experience as we did with the scimitar. Trying to crank out the odds. Yeah, it's tough to work these out. So like, a lot of them not just aren't really like clear how the formulas work, but you have to like figure out, oh, it's out of 200 or 256 instead of 100, or it's going to interact with the RNG table in a weird way so that you don't have like an independent event between multiple things taking place. Oh man, worm. I'm very tempted to just throw heal potions at this problem. Thing is, the worm does enough damage on the criticals, it's actually really dangerous that he could get 2 criticals in a short span of time. So it's a very not safe thing doing the heal staff when you're at low HP levels here. Alright, back up to half. 3 purple worms instead of 4 would make a much smoother fight. We had 3 the first time we went down. I think we didn't even like dip below 500 in that battle. With 4 purple worms, you are really hard pressed. Like, solo red mage, who's only got like 650, 700 hit points, actually gets a lot of danger with 4 purple worms. Surprising anything works. Most of the things that are broken are things that are about probability and events. And there's already so much randomness in the game in terms of the gigantic ranges of results. You know, you have typically a 4x range on most of your damage rolls. And so as a result, like, you might not notice a 10% or a 15% or even a 25% adjustment not being properly taking place. So I can totally understand why a lot of things were broken and didn't get caught. Hey, Caleb Torso. Fred, welcome in. We're on try number 3 for Chaos, about to pick up the Mazmune again. First 2 times, Chaos got us with slow 2. And if he does that, then basically you have to just switch to the Bane Sword and hope that you get super lucky. Because once you lose your bonus attacks per round, you're doing 1/5 of the damage that you're doing otherwise. So there's no way you can get to 2,000. Yeah, Temper, like if you only cast it once, it's a pretty small boost. So I can easily understand, like, if you're not trying to temper stack, you're gonna maybe convince yourself, because one time you did an extra 50 or 100 damage. It's like, oh yeah, that's totally working. Fast is different because you can see the number of attacks per round, so that gets printed out quite obvious. And you don't actually miss that often once you have a decent number of levels. So if you're in the 20s or 30s, like you typically are to finish the game, by that point you're going to hit most of your attacks per round on a lot of monsters. To get the Black Belt Master backwards, I don't know if it's really supposed to be different for the magic defense values. That's another thing that's a completely hidden stat. Magic defense is not displayed in the menus. So if it's broken, good luck figuring out that you had a slight incorrect percentage value for that. Because you only really notice if you class change incredibly early, which you're really intended to do class change like around the time that you're doing Sea Shrine, which is pretty far into the game. So you're probably not even going to really see a lot of the differences for it. I don't think magic defense was in the manual. It's in the randomizer. They have changed the status screen to show it. Because the intelligence stat wasn't doing anything. They just repurposed it. So you might have seen it with all the randomizer playthroughs sometimes showing up. Dan, hard as a rock and twice as dumb. His intelligence did not go very well in getting to level 50. To be fair, we did focus on some other stats significantly more. Here we go back to Tiamat 2. Defense. Dan does not get Bane through the ribbon. Time to just burn down her hit points. Again, if we're doing like these 300s, 350s we've been seeing on Tiamats on Chaos, life would be so good. But we seem to only get the good damage on Tiamat, even though they have the exact same absorb rating. So they should have completely identical rolls here for the most part. There we go. We got Tiamat. One more random encounter. And then another crack at the finale. right, here we go. Chaos awaits. Got our Bane sword on in case we need it. Gear looks good. Let's go. Chaos, try number 3. It's got 1 spell off already. Two spells in. He's 1 away from the slow 2, which is what's been taking us out so far. Tempting opening. But I think the heal strat is the stronger one. And Dan does not get slowed. Alright. There's the cure 4, let's go. 2,000. We got 260. $390, doesn't get cracked through the ribbon. $510. Cass going heavy on spells, that's not good for us once he gets to the nuke. Big roll right there, $880. $980. Swirl Tornado, big damage dealers. Big damage dealers, $1330. Call that still $1330. Try again, Dan. $1620. He's 1 away from nuke here, but we can take it to the face. And we got him. 33 hours, 56 minutes, and 16 seconds to beat Final Fantasy. Solo Thief, no class change. Also, we got a war mech. That was pretty good.